Abby. It's nothing personal. She's a lawyer. She's a pain in the. I mean, she's very thorough, and I was joking just then. Um, and this is her approach with everyone. It's not personal to you.
I get that, man. My brother is a lawyer, but
It's not personal,
Yeah,
Victor. I just really need to understand when people make statements, because we get some really extreme statements that come in rooms. And so that was, I just asked for the backup.
okay, so me, I'm like, this may be on the fun, but I'm a heart-led speaker. So I don't think a conversation is worth going forward if there's not intellectual honesty involved. And just to put things in a perspective, if I had to bet my life that you believed what I was saying, I would bet that you believed what I was saying.
Well, to your point, Victor, I agree with you to a certain degree. I think when we're having conversations, we it's okay to assume that if a person says something, it's okay to assume that it is probably true. But then there's also a healthy level of skepticism is also not a bad thing either. And it really depends on what the conversation is, what's going on with it, whatever. And yeah, I mean, it happens on both sides. I mean, I'll be in a conversation and I'll say something and it'll be like, no, that can't be true. Where's your sources? And it's like, oh God, no, not again. It's like you're trying to create a flow. Now you say if we're going to have an honest conversation, I'm not sure what you mean by that, but I think you mean what I just said.
Yeah, I just mean speaking
There's
what
millions
you
of
believe.
flips of what
Now, not like from a lawyer being completely neutral and listening to the evidence. I think that's a robotic conversation. So speaking from the heart, like what you believe. If you disagree with me, then say, yeah, I don't believe that. Now I'll gladly go give it up. But if you won't tell me whether you agree or disagree, then I just look at it as a time wasting thing.
Well, but on like Kamala Anthony, I mean, I had a lot of conversations with people in rooms about it, and people would say things that evidence that didn't exist, evidence that was never submitted in discovery, never part of the court filings, never, just evidence they wanted to be part of the defense in their minds, but it didn't exist. And I would ask.
I always ask, Abby.
Yeah, I mean, I would.
If you don't ask for the sources, then you're having a conversation.
Steak and Reagan is back!
Versus what they know. And personal opinions, I guess, are fine, but I always find that conversations are better when you talk from what you know and then give your personal opinion.
That's fascinating, Marshall. That's really well put. Great job on that. That's some top-notch insight there, Marshall. Well, I did report you to Speaker Johnson today, since you are ballot harvesting, and we know who you're working for. And
John,
congrats.
and here's a little news flash for you. In many states, it's legal. Just thought I'd share that, John. Next time you want to accuse people of doing something that's completely legal.
Oh, I don't care. Speaker Johnson, I'm sure, will have more insight on it than you. And the fact that Marshall comes on and creates anti-Trump hate speech all the time. I hate Trump. He's a tyrant. He's a dummy. That's what Marshall basically does every day on this app. I hate Donald Trump. He's a tyrant and a dummy. That's what you do all day long. Go take that cheetah jacket to the dry cleaner. How do you afford the cheetah jacket from the Dollar Tree? Take it to the dry cleaner. You're not a cheetah. You're a snake, Marshall. You hate Donald Trump. He's a tyrant and he's a dummy. It's okay. Keep ballot harvesting and defrauding voters in Hidalgo County. It's up to you.
It's in there.
I don't need your help, and I don't need Evan's help.
No, I'm talking about Edmund. Edmund has some talent. It's not hardest yet.
And it ebbs and flows, right, Beaver? Like John, the other day you were stellar in the room. You had good solid arguments. You presented them well, and everything was going great. And then you just like that other personality comes out.
Projection mirror says what, Abby? Projection mirror says what? Projection mirror says what, Abby?
Projection mirror is not exactly the same. And any performance artist will tell you they have good days and bad days. And I think John, as an artist, some days he's better than others. And it's not a crime. I think his level of performance is still stellar no matter what. Now, I fully expect him to say something mean about me at some point at a later date. But I just thought, as an artist, I felt compelled to say that, us artists have to stick together.
Can we go back to what we were talking about? Because we were actually having a pretty good conversation,
Please.
going back and forth on this.
Please. Victor, if you're there.
I'm here.
When this idea of policing came up, I had the idea, and this was the impetus of the idea. I thought, black people in their neighborhoods, they don't want crime either. And I went and looked at the 911 call statistics. And what I found was there was a disproportional rate there. That if you look at white people will say they make up 60% of the population.
Speaker Johnson's gonna work it out.
All 911 calls are from white people. But then black people, who are 13% of the population, also make up 26%. Those are rough numbers. Now, what I interpret from that is you have black communities calling the police more often, or people in black communities are calling the police more often than people in white communities. And that might be an explanation of why police are spending more time in black communities. It's not, police go, generally speaking, where they're called, where they're needed. And if you got a population or a city or a county or a whatever that's made up of that would account to the appearance like they're being overpopulated. They're being overpoliced.
In Chicago, they removed the shot tracker. So when a gunshot broke out, they were able to identify where it happened and how many gunshots a day throughout the city. They didn't renew that contract. But guess what they did put in? Air purity sniffers to find out if there's what the pollution contaminants in the air. They installed those all around the city. And now all of a sudden we're at the 60-year crime low. It's because there's no statistics anymore. These are charlatans, liars, fraudsters, and it's amazing how there's no resistance to it. The property taxes are up 300%. The spending is crazy. These grants and these tax credits, and the city in Chicago is $100 billion in debt. But there's really no resistance to the fake smiles and the insincere hypocrisy and the slaughter that's happening in the streets. I mean, people getting lit on fires by people arrested 75 times. There's no real resistance. And if you do resist it, you're called a homophobe or a racist, not a concerned taxpayer and citizen. So, I wish I had a firearm, and it was easy to just go get one and have it immediately. But they're restricting firearms in Chicago, and The gangbangers got no problem having a full arsenal of Uzis and machine guns. So these stupid attorney generals who are trying to pass this anti-gun legislation, they're not cracking down on the gangbangers riding around creating TikToks of themselves with full arsenals. I mean, we live in clown town, and this is just a clown house. Hello?
There was an issue with the FBI with crime data reporting. They revamped the system, I think it was in 2021, and there was a lot of underreporting that happened nationally with crime statistics.
Yeah, I think it was that year, could have been that year. They reported it, and then, oops, but we left out Los Angeles, Chicago, and New York, and maybe a couple other cities. And then 6 months later, they updated it, quietly updated it with the correct numbers. So it made all the numbers. See, crime is down now under Biden.
Oh, I just
And
wanted.
it actually was.
I hate to interrupt. I just wanted to correct something. Marshall Rankin was calling Stephen Miller a devil demon today, and so I did notify Stephen Miller that Marshall Rankin was calling him a demon here on behalf of his congresswoman's campaign. I just hope Stephen Miller gets the message.
Cook on crime rates, living in New Orleans, being a city that relies on tourism, and it was put out some sort of memo maybe about 10 years ago, 15 years ago, that they were reporting the murder too often, and that they wanted the local news stations and the newspapers to quit reporting the local murders because they were worried that it would affect tourism rates. And when I realized that they cook these books in these cities largely to make the perception of safety better, that you can't really trust all these things. Like, there is incentive to underreport.
We were tracking it with hate crimes because there was like Florida, California, New York. They were not in the system to report it to the FBI, so they had like really low numbers of it. But generally, I think they changed their whole system. There were definite jurisdictions that didn't participate or didn't provide statistics. So I think that all got revamped.
I think if you are like a police chief and you're the ones responsible for reporting if you're doing a good job or not, well, I mean, clearly I have an incentive just based upon my performance to underreport crime. So look, everything's good here in the city of New Orleans. Our murder rate's down.
This is what they did in D.C. Before they fired that Washington D.C. Police chief. She was fudging the numbers, underreporting the numbers, and it is what it is. How you can't rely on the statistics, and the fact that they're so interested in restorative justice, and everything is structural white racism. There's absolutely no reason to believe any sanctuary city's numbers. It's absolutely absurd. Right now, the city of Chicago still has 50,000 illegal Venezuelan migrants that they're still spending money on. The state of Illinois is spending $2.5 billion on sanctuary city policies, housing and stipends and Medicare, Medicaid. It's like, fuck. I mean, use the army. Don't just use ICE. I mean, use the fucking army. What's it for? Just for regime change overseas instead of national domestic security? It's fucking crazy.
We got a little issue with that. You can't do that, unfortunately, under federal law.
What, just regime change overseas?
To answer Victor's original question, I don't know about the exoneration rates. I realize that there's corruption, and also there's good old boy systems. And being a white male, if I commit a murder in the city of New Orleans, I'm likely going to have 50% of the jurors are going to be black. And if I kill a black boy, my chances of being convicted are greater in the city of New Orleans. It's just the way it is. It's a corrupt ass city. The sword cuts both ways.
See, Abby, when you say you can't do pussy comitatus or you can't deploy the National Guard to secure sanctuary cities, you absolutely can do that. And the truth is, history is not kind to people who say, you can't do that. That's not within our tradition or our law. This country is going hyper dynamic, whether you like it or not, because we're 200 trillion in debt. And every major city and state is bankrupt. You're going to see what the baby boomers are really all about. And it might not happen here, but it's going to happen overseas. Russia is not going to stand for this never ending drone warfare. Like, eventually, Russia and Putin, before Putin kicks the can, he's going to say, fuck it, flip the switch. I mean, that's why I say live every day like it's your last, because you never know when nuclear war could come about because of unrestricted warfare. And I'm more concerned about Ukraine and Russia than anything else, and nobody really is concerned about it. It's, to me, we're still spending 350 billion a year over there. It's like, this is World War III, and don't think it's going to end pretty. I mean, might be nice at a casino pool and the spa, but something's coming, in my opinion.
Exoneration rate for death and only murder, people that are on death row, that's like 4%. What the rate other than that is not known, as far as I know. So, I guess you can kind of maybe extrapolate and say it's, for other crimes, it's roughly the same. I don't know. But I'm playing drugs on people like, well, if it wasn't this brother, it's probably another one of his friends. So let's just go ahead and get this one off the books. We're gonna play some drugs here, get this guy off the streets. I'm sure that's happened quite a bit,
But not where, let me just get this guy off the streets and playing drugs on him.
no, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like I'm sure that's happened.
But my point of mention that is because Alan was talking about the recidivism rate, and I was saying it could be commensurate with over-policing and the fact that black men are the most exonerated, and that's only what's caught. I can only imagine. I look at that like a tip of the iceberg type of thing.
Well, when people say that like 50% of the exonerees are black, but yeah, but it's like 50% of 4%, so it's still. And for murder, I mean, most of the time, just about almost all the time, you have to have a body. Like, you can't just make the crime up. Like, there has to be a body. And, I mean, it's most of the time, it's cut and dry. If there's a murder's taking place.
I'm not necessarily sure what you're saying.
Well, I'm saying, like, you can't just arrest people willy-nilly for a murder. So a lot of people, when they reference the FBI statistics, they say, oh, it's an arrest. Well, yeah, it's an arrest, but they usually have to have, probable cause, a body has to be found, a murder weapon. They won't just arrest anybody for murder. I mean, they do get it wrong sometimes, obviously, but it's never to the point where it would skew the statistics to make them proportionate.
You ever heard of the Innocence Project?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you check into the people being accused of murder who didn't murder in those scenarios?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like that's 4%.
Victor,
That's really what I'm saying. That's only what's caught. It's the tip of the iceberg. It's like if you're dealing with a thief. That's why I used the example earlier. If you catch a thief one time, oh, that's my first time stealing. I don't believe it.
The Innocence Project has been proven to be bullshit, and there are dozens of people who were freed by the Innocence Project and are not innocent. They are hardcore killers, but they were released because of the bullshit that they're doing with the judges and the lawyers. I can get you articles on it, that they've released killers. They have freed actual killers for social justice equity because of the brain rot and the mind virus. I swear, does everybody have a cat here? Abby, do you have cats at home? Do you have the toxoplasmosis?
I
Has
have
that
a
set in for you?
huge Labrador.
Even the politicians that, like during the Jim Crow era, no one who killed people of African descent even had a jury. They even had claims laid against them, right? So it doesn't matter.
No one, see, here we go again. No one,
Who killed Martin Luther King?
no one, don't use, this is where I start jumping on people. Don't use huge generalizations. It doesn't work.
Name one person convicted of murder against a black man during the Jim Crow era in Atlanta, Georgia.
I don't live in Atlanta and I don't practice law there, so I couldn't tell you. But James Earl Ray was the one who shot Martin Luther King, if I recall, in 1967, right?
That's the name that I recall, but I don't know.
James Earl Ray, yeah.
It was a patsy or what? I mean, you hear all these things.
I don't know.
Yeah, James Earl Ray.
So what are we talking about? Like, murder is murder, right?
James Earl Ray? I mean,
No,
Murder.
it's murder.
what do you mean is murder? What kind of comment is that? Are you talking about someone who premeditated an assassination of Martin Luther King?
In the history of America, murder is not murder.
I don't know what you're saying. There's all kinds of, there's first degree, there's capital murder, there's manslaughter, there's voluntary manslaughter, involuntary. I mean, what do you want to define? Whether you have the criminal intent, the mens rea? I mean, was it reckless? Was it, I mean, where are you going with your comment?
I asked Brock to answer Joe's question. Harry Dean Ross for the murder of John Earl Reese in 1955. John Earl Reese, a 16-year-old black teenager, was killed in East Texas, along the Longview area, in October of 1955. Amid tensions over funding for a new black school, two white men, Harry Dean Ross and Joe Reagan Simpson, drove by a cafe and fired shots into it, hitting Reese, who died the next day, and wounding his cousins. This occurred during the Jim Crow era. Ross was arrested after a Texas Rangers investigation, confessed, and was tried. In 1956 to 1957, an all-white jury convicted him of murder, and he received a suspended sentence of 2 to 5 years. Simpson's charges were dismissed after he testified against Ross. He also faced minimal consequences. So they did, you know.
Did they? I mean, there was a bunch of African American people in the south of the Mason-Dixon line during the Jim Crow era that were murdered without any sort of lawful
I named one.
You know where the Mason-Dixon line is, Joe?
Yeah,
I did.
from North Virginia. Yeah.
Why would
It's
I
actually Delaware.
Yeah, exactly. The northern neck, south of the northern neck. Joe. Oh, there's two Joes. I got confused.
Yeah, that's what I was asking the other Joe.
Oh, my bad. Joe, I named one. Okay, give us a name of a black man murdered that there was no trial. Not that I'm not denying there wasn't. But give us one name.
why would I know the name when we don't? Why would I? Do you think during the Jim Crow era? Let me
Well,
ask
I
you a
just
question.
gave you James
Yeah.
Earl Ray, and he was convicted of the murder of Martin Luther King. So, like, what are we missing there?
Victor,
So
this
do
is.
you guys think-
Hold on,
do you
Joe, real
think-
quick. This is the breakdown of the conversation. Is when someone's like, okay, well, just give us one example to support your assertion. It's not that I'm denying it. Yes, I'm aware of the history of America. If you think we're going to stand here and defend Jim Crow era, you're in the wrong room. We're not Democrats, bro. We're a bunch of Republicans in here. So tell me one. That's it. Give me one.
No, I don't have to. I'll give you the
You don't have to. So
atmosphere.
your point falls flat.
Oh, because you're a Republican? It falls flat.
Mississippi Burning. You could make a name up.
You don't understand what the world was like
You'd
in the
rather
United
dispute-
States during the Jim Crow era.
You'd rather.
You don't understand what that was like?
The question.
What the brain
You
rot?
act like a fool and your point fall flat in this room rather
To
than
you it
just
does.
back it up.
I'm comfortable with my point.
What's the movie with Alec Baldwin? He's a lawyer and he tries to get somebody for
No,
murder.
don't change the subject. You think that in the Jim
No,
Crow
no,
South,
no.
seen
Joe.
that one.
you think in the Jim Crow South,
Joe,
African
Joe,
Americans
hold
were
on a
getting.
second. Hold on a second. Once you make absolutes, since that no one was convicted, you lose an argument.
I never said that.
Yeah, man, you did.
You actually did, that's why I jumped
Well,
on it, because I jump on
misspoke.
generalities, it doesn't work.
And that's why the young lady spoke, and she gave the case of MLK Jr. And someone else came up with a Texas case.
And the lynching, Willie Earl, it was a South Carolina lynching in 47, where a white man was tried for it.
Yeah, Joe, the point is that it's not to deny that the Jim Crow era existed. Yes, it did. But can you just support your assertion? That's all. Give us one point, something that we can talk about. I mean, I gave one. You could say, well, the white guy got off easy. Just give us one, man.
Emmett Till.
Yeah, but the Emmett Till one is the one everyone talks about, but Henry Till was 51 in 1951 in Tennessee, and they threw a black man into a river, 3 white men, and one of the guys confessed and was convicted of the murder. So Emmett Till was an all-white jury, and you can definitely use that as an example of where justice was not achieved at all. But you also, you made a statement that there was not one case, and I just gave you 3 cases.
Oh God. Okay, let's get over that. Let's get over my absolutes. You win on the absolutes, fine. What about Henry Peg Gilbert, who's fucking killed? What about John Earl Reese? What about fucking thousands lynched between 1880 and 1940 in the South? Fine, you got me on the absolutes, but
Democrats!
the Jim
Democrat
Crow
alert!
And no one's acting like the Jim Crow South wasn't awful.
South, then
Of
what are
course
you
it was.
arguing? Then what is your position?
Well,
That
I brought
only
up-
I misspoke in absolutes? Is that your only position?
Yeah. Yes, that was my position.
Congratulations.
Well, I made the point that people in this app a lot of times, when the FBI murder statistics come up, that black people kill more than white people, not just per capita, but actually in raw numbers. They say, well, 50% of the exonerations are black people. They're exonerated more than white people. My point is, though, it's still a small. It doesn't even really put a dent in the numbers overall.
Do you have any proof of that? Do you have any proof of that statement? That black
No.
people are exonerated more than white people?
Well,
Would you care to share a study?
I'm not making that claim. That's what the black people, they make the claim a lot of times.
You're not making that claim.
No,
No, I made the claim.
Then don't make a claim.
I didn't make the claim. I'm saying
You said it.
no.
He did not make the claim. He made it clear. That's not his wording. He said what he has heard.
Yeah, so I'm just
Yes,
saying,
you're correct. Sorry about that.
even if it's 100% of the exonerations are black guys, from what is published and known, 4% of death penalty cases that are exonerated, 4% are exonerated of capital murder cases. So I mean, we're talking about like what? That's 4%. So if you did half of that, it's still not going to put a dent in the numbers. That's going to change the murder.
I keep
Either,
on
so
bringing.
you say capital murder or first degree?
Whatever death, they're on death row. I think
Okay.
So yeah, this whole exoneration came up not in regard to murder, but in regard to crime and I'm having to do it right now. Recidivism. Yeah, recidivism. Yeah, I got you. But I keep going back to the same. But you keep talking about this 4%, man. You're dealing with what's caught. you're dealing with corruption, you're only dealing with what's caught. So you have to use your imagination to imagine the iceberg. You see the tip of the iceberg. Imagine that's only the tip. What's under there?
Correct, but I'm saying just you could speculate. I don't think it's going to be so much more than 4%, even on like other crimes. It could be, but I think like I'm totally just speculating here. I'm thinking for like a drug crime, they'll plant cocaine on somebody, and they want to get this gangbanger off the street, and they know him. They've been going after him for a while, so sometimes they cheat and they'll throw they can't find the gun or they can't find whatever, and they'll plant one so they can get them. Like I'm sure that.
Now you're using an anecdote to explain a trait.
Corruption.
Yes, that's exactly what I was saying. I was doing.
But
I'm speculating. I'm saying that's probably what happens. So I
we
don't
know
think
that's what happens. That's the drug war
No, but
in the 1980s was against minorities.
We don't have a stat on it, though. Is the point? We don't have a figure.
And we don't anymore.
Right. We don't. That's the whole point.
But that is the reason for recidivism. So you poison the well. If you treat minor drug offenses in the 1980s as felonies, and then you also deal with the Great White Flight and all of the other aspects of American geopolitical prospects, you are going to increase recidivism for the races that are not white. That's what happened.
How hard progressive liberal?
No, that's what happened factually. It's in GMI data for every mortgage loan. It is in data. It is in data.
Sir, let me ask you a question.
What data is this in?
The government monitoring information.
Drugs in the 80s.
What government monitoring information? From where? From crime
From
statistics?
every time you apply for a loan, for every time you get booked into central booking, do you think we don't keep records of this thing?
I didn't ask
What
if
does
we kept them
government
or not.
monitoring
I asked where.
information mean to you?
I know
Race,
exactly
sex,
what
and
government
ethnicity.
information
Race,
is.
why are you
Hold on.
asking me that? Why are you
Because
asking
I'm asking
Sir.
you
Sir,
to cite
hold
it.
on, Abby, hold on.
You're
Who's
asking me
we,
to
sir?
cite it.
Who's we? You said we.
What did
Keep
the
that data.
drug
Who's we?
war? Did the drug
Sir,
war
who's
catch
we?
a bunch of white people?
Yes.
It did. It caught a bunch of white people.
Fuck yes, it did.
It did. It also caught a bunch of minorities.
But who's easier
To prison? To imprison?
No, sir. Who's easier as a Democrat to talk to, whites or blacks? Black
Doesn't
people.
matter. The stats work
Yes,
with
it
me.
does.
Nope, the stats
Because
are on my side.
Look at this. They locking up all you black people.
Yep.
Look at this.
They locked you up for marijuana, which is legal.
They lock white people up for marijuana as well, sir.
They did, but they let them go.
But here's the biggest.
Because they had
thing.
jobs.
What do you mean they let them go? I know many people that got arrested
still
and
don't.
did time for
I know.
marijuana.
Abby knows.
Trust me. I grew up with guys in the 80s, white boys. They're still in prison.
There are many
That's
many
called
that
an
were
anecdote.
arrested in the 70s and 80s and in the late 60s that did time, that had to deal with having criminal records as they moved on in their lives. Yes, very
Add
common.
that to the three strikes rule.
Excuse me?
Arguing
Add that
against
to the
nobody.
three strikes rule. And then you
But
have
here's
people
the
who
thing
are...
about even-
Where's
even with
three
the
strikes?
strike-
You think that's in every state?
No, it's not in every state.
It's not
It's
in
in
every
many
state.
states.
So why
It's
was
in
it?
many states.
It was not.
A drug felony in the 80s and a possession or a weapon charge would get you a second charge. And another weapons charge or drug charge would get you a
Depends on
and
the
the automatic
amount.
felony.
Depends on the amount you were carrying, sir.
Out of curiosity, Joe.
Not without a prior offense.
So no, even on your first strike. So obviously you've never been in the streets. You just
I've
repeated
been in the
bullshit.
streets.
No, you haven't.
Your first strike does matter for amount. Your subsequent strikes do not.
Three
Because you're on
strikes didn't
probation.
happen till the 90s, by the way. The three strikes. They weren't in the 70s and 80s.
No.
But they can't.
They didn't
that's so
exist
funny you
when
say
people
that.
were getting busted
So they just
for pot.
forgot about it. In the 90s, they were just like, oh,
No,
we're
it
going to
changed
forget
it.
about everybody's previous strikes. We're going to start it now. Everybody gets a
No,
new.
what
No,
are
it
you
came
specifically
from the
saying people
80s.
did not get?
It came from the 80s.
No, it didn't.
No, it came from forever. If you was a habitual offender, you would get more time for whatever it was. If you were a wife beater, you done beat your dang on old lady for 5 or 6 times, they're gonna give you more time than your first time. I mean, come on, let's be honest. It's
The
called being a
1994
habitual offender.
crime bill, and by the way, I just looked this up, I didn't know this. Polly Klaas, remember that case in California? That was the big movement to push the 3-strike sentencing.
What
And
happened?
it came
with
in
Polly?
93 in California.
This is
What
the
happened
classic
with
case.
The murder of the kidnap and murder of Polly Klaas.
This is the classic argument that Joe Biden made that black men are super predators, right, Joe?
Oh, yeah, fuck Joe Biden.
It was Hillary. It was really pushing.
It was actually Clinton first, by the way.
Yeah, we both.
Isn't that a perfect
Joe,
example of projection?
Question. Let me ask this question.
You guys, white politicians have been
Hold on,
scared
Joe.
of black people for the entirety of politics
Let
in
me
America.
ask this, is the larger point you're trying to make is that racism has existed in history?
Yes, so I'm a
Why?
history teacher, and my large point, the only point I'm trying to make is that the ripple effects of the 1960 civil rights movement still exist today. That is my only point.
Okay. Okay, explain it.
They exist socioeconomically, they exist cultural anthropologically, they exist politically.
So what changed the 50s and 60s? Explain to me.
Desegregation, Civil Rights Movement, Equal Credit Opportunity Act, Fair Credit Reporting Act. Everything happened with John F. Kennedy in the 60s and 70s to actually try to dissuade.
But he
that
died in
difference.
63.
Well, the 1974 Equal Credit Opportunity Act was the same.
He was
Government
dead
that
11
he
years
was-
by then.
Fine. That was the same government that he put in place, right? So the same governors, senators.
And
Jesus,
guess
Abby.
what they did?
Fucking
They
learn your
lobbied.
history. Like this
They
is
lied
what happened.
so hard.
You tell me. You tell me what happened in 1964. You tell me what happened
With
in
the Civil
1964.
Rights Act?
Wait,
Yes,
in
the Civil Rights
64,
Act.
He
in
wasn't.
64
He was
we
dead.
got off the
He
we
was
got
dead,
off the
but
gold
who
standard.
who ran the 1960? Who were the
We
people
got off
who
the
ran
gold
that?
standard, sir. That's what happened in 64.
Who ran it? If without John F. Kennedy, that would not have happened.
I have to know,
In my
Joe,
opinion.
why do you feel so compelled to have to convince people of this?
Oh, I don't have to convince anybody. That's history.
And JFK was
I'm not
more.
convincing anybody. I'm telling you exactly what happened.
Definitely.
I'm not
you definitely
convincing
feel-
anybody. If you don't believe me,
You
you're wrong.
definitely feel compelled enough.
If you don't believe me, you're wrong.
Does this help your moral
This is
righteousness?
the history of America.
Do you feel
See, once
you feel
again, there's
morally
an absolute.
superior?
You're saying you're convincing no one, but you're teaching this rhetoric to your children. Your
Brother,
students.
I don't matter. I have nothing to
So
do
you're
with it.
convincing them.
I have nothing to do with it. Do you know what happened in America in 1964? Do you know what happened
Yes,
in
I
1964?
do know what happened in America. And,
So
and
am I
I
lying about it?
actually,
Am
Joe,
I lying
was
about it?
someone who was in a city public school that had busing occur. And I lived through it
So am
when
I
it
wrong?
happened, okay? I absolutely remember when they first started the busing and how it changed my school. Yes.
And you
Like-
mentioned earlier about the Mason-Dixie line. I remember when it was just, you didn't even have road signs, you had rocks on the side of the damn highway. They told
You also had extrajudicial killing.
Excuse me?
You had extrajudicial killing of African Americans south of the Mason-Dixie line.
In
You
the
did.
state of Delaware, you're saying, that's south of the Mason.
No. In South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama.
Where's the Mason-Dixon line?
What are you saying?
You mean Lynch?
Are you really telling me, Abby? Abby, fucking get the fuck out of here. Are you saying that during Jim Crow era?
Where's the Mason-Dixon line? I just asked a question, that's all.
Fine.
Those states that you just named, sir, were all Democrat strongholds.
Oh, what pronouns do you use on your dating apps? That's what I want to know. And like, what? How did this guy get so retarded that this is what his shtick is on this app every time he talks? Well, what is this? Hello?
It's not the first time I've ever spoken with him.
Were we talking about lynchings? In America, there are about 50 front-ending.
I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, there was something like from the inception of America until the 1960s, whatever.
Yep.
There was something like 55. I forget.
There was a lynching in Duluth, Minnesota in
There were
1920.
5,500 lynchings total.
Illegal lynching of black men in 1920 in Duluth, Minnesota.
I was still talking, thank you. So we can point to the individual lynchings, but the total were 5,500. 3,500 were black men. The others were white men. And it started
you think those
originally
numbers
with white men. So
What? Who's
Yeah.
lynching white men in America?
Yeah, that 2,000 of them were white.
No, they're Ojibwe. They're Ojibwe. Who's lynching white
They're
men in
all
America?
other white men.
Who? When? Give me one citation
Yeah,
of a white man being lynched
this
in America.
Is,
Give me a citation.
Look it up on Google. How many lynchings
Leo
there were?
Frank, he was a Jewish man and he was lynched in.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Leo Frank was lynched in Georgia.
One guy.
Okay. Yeah.
Excuse me, it was a pretty significant
but
guy. It's actually
Yeah,
the founding of
except
ADL came as a result
Abby,
of Leo
that's
Frank.
not the point I'm
But-
making.
but-
The point I'm making is that lynchings are a terrible thing, but they are
What?
not the worst thing that happened. And the idea that the outrage over lynchings, yes, it's terrible.
What do
that
you mean
black
it's not
men
the
were
worst thing?
lynched,
What's worse than
but
lynching?
it is a metric and a statistic that is indicative of nothing. And if you want restorative, bringing it back to restorative justice, if you want restorative justice, well, kill 3,500 white people, and then we're done with the restorative
That's
justice.
so
And
stupid.
white people, no, I'm talking about numbers, I'm using math. And
That's
then
not
you
what
will
anybody's
have
asking for.
equality, then you will have equality and restorative justice for lynching.
I'm talking about not lynching. I'm talking about the black people who've been shot in the fucking head during Jim Crow law.
So, Joe,
But
what if he did?
Let me just respond real quick. Look, the NAACP reports 1,297 white people were lynched between 1882 and 1968, out of a total of 4,743 lynchings. So it's about a 27% of the lynchings that occurred over a 100-year span were of white people.
what is it? The 3 Jewish kids that were down in Mississippi that were killed.
They were
Goodman.
lynched. I mean, they were just killed.
They were
not
murdered.
just lynching. Yes, they were.
Yeah, they were lynched. No, I mean they was absolute lynches. Good. Is it Andrew Goodman? I'm trying to remember his first name. There were 3 of them.
Along with
And
the,
that movie, they did a
White
movie
Women,
about it, Mississippi Burning. Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
that's Mississippi burning. Okay.
What's along with the white lady who was driving?
Right.
Joe,
Who was in that? Gene Hackman?
Are you high school or middle school history? Like, what do you teach?
He doesn't teach.
High school history. I did. I don't teach anymore. I'm in banking now.
Just to give you
But
a
I'll tell you
FYI,
an interesting
Mason-Dixon
lesson.
line begins at Delaware and
I'll tell
Maryland.
you an
So
interesting.
you're kind of going after states, like when you said, you gotta know geographically where that line is. Just
Well,
thought I'd
yeah,
share that.
the geographic line is like
Tell
south
me-
of
tell me if I'm
Oklahoma.
No,
all the way
it's
east.
Delaware and
I don't
Maryland,
give a
it's south of
fucking effing.
Pennsylvania.
Fine.
But
Fucking,
But
you
listen,
fine.
the
You have the
Mason-
fucking.
hold on.
I'm
you're-
talking about the Jim
you're-
Crow of
you must
Abby.
be
Yeah, but you said the Mason-Dixon line, and I'm correcting you
Yes.
because
Fine,
it's
you're right.
Delaware
You're
and
right about
Maryland.
it. You're right. Fine, you're right about the
But
Mason-Dixon
you
line.
must be.
But
you
let's
must
talk
be
about
confused.
Georgia
Hold on,
and
hold
Troup
on,
County.
hold on, bro.
Let's
We
talk
got-
about
you raised so many
thousands
points. Let us talk. Let us talk. Listen, you must be mixing up the Mason-Dixon line's relevance was during the Civil War, not
Nope.
during Jim Crow.
Jim Crow? During Jim Crow.
It wasn't as significant as the Civil War. You must be mixing up your concepts. The primary purpose of the Mason-Dixon line was during the Civil War.
Was John Earl Reese during the Civil War in 1955?
What the fuck are you doing, Joe? Are you this fucking retarded? You're gonna ask a new question? What about this? What about that? Joe, is this your show? This is fucking retarded. This is fucking retarded. What is this even about?
Why
Hello?
do you think Jim Crow was a problem? You tell me. Why do you think Jim Crow was a problem?
Because of the Democrats.
Why do you think Jim Crow
The Democrats
was a problem?
instituted
Are you guys
Jim
okay
Crow.
with Jim Crow?
Oh my
Are you okay
god.
with Jim Crow?
Are you okay with being a fucking retard? How okay are you with being retarded?
And reversing Plessy versus Ferguson. Everyone in the room is in accordance on that. Very
So you
happy
guys
about
are-
that
you're
change
not-
of the law. It's important. I assume you're happy that Brown versus Board of Education reversed Plessy versus Ferguson, right? So that's how we feel. We're all in support of it.
Was the Jim Crow South?
But the
It's a
Mason-Dixon
partisan.
line Joe's
Has
right.
Nothing to do with Jim Crow. at
Nothing.
all.
to do
Was
with
the
Jim
Jim
Crow.
Crow South in support of that?
So
it
support of
was
what?
Was it-
In support of what?
Desegregation.
Or what?
So when was the first? You guys
No,
tell me.
it wasn't.
You're telling us
Obviously,
it's
George
civil
Wallace
rights.
stood in the front of it.
What state did the desegregation in the first school? Come on.
So Central High School in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Yes,
Yeah,
Little Rock,
Little
Arkansas.
Thank
But
you.
now, I would
Now you
tell
wanna
you,
keep asking me?
No, I wasn't asking you. I was asking the class.
you want to say that
Segregation today,
It's
segregation tomorrow,
People were
segregation
not-
forever.
Hold on a
We'll
second.
talk about George Wallace and bringing in the federal troops.
Well, hold on.
We're talking about the 4,000 lynchings of African American across 12 southern states
Okay.
between
Now, you want to sit here
1877 and
and say that.
1950. Let's do that. Let's talk about
I
that.
don't know, I'm stuck on
Everybody
three
be quiet.
Jews that were killed in Mississippi.
Everyone be quiet, please.
Mississippi's the
I
death
swear to God.
I was
Jim Crow
involved.
deaths for black people.
I was involved in the George
Is
Wallace.
everyone slow or?
Were you?
presidential campaign.
I hear you, KP.
Okay, thank you.
Did you know that?
Now,
No.
you want to sit here and act like white people were not fucking up other white people over shit. What happened to George Wallace? A white man put a fucking bullet in his back trying to kill his ass. That's how he ended up in a wheelchair.
I was involved with his presidential campaign.
Hey, I didn't know that. That happened to George Wallace?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was shot.
Yeah.
Assassination attempt.
You know, Forrest Gump was there when George Wallace was trying to fight Kennedy on just, integration.
Yeah,
Like for Alabama.
that's right.
What percentage of the vote did he get when he was an independent?
Who? Wallace?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
A more important question is,
He over to become a Dixiecrat at one time or some shit.
how would you categorize Jenna? Was she a girl or was she just did she get what was coming to her? Jenna.
Jenny was a whore, though, wasn't she?
Yeah, what a bunch of fucking AIDS.
How
We
funny
should
is
try to
that?
figure out.
You guys call a girl a whore because she has one other partner?
Yeah, okay, whatever.
She has one other partner and she's a whore. But by the way, in the 1968 U.S. presidential election, it looks like George Wallace got 13.5% of the popular vote.
Somebody would take.
But, Jenny's a whore because she had
Well,
one
Joe,
other
that's why I
partner.
was asking. How would you categorize her? Because when Forrest found her and
She's a slut.
She was about to jump off the balcony. She was with a rock and roll guy. They were overlooking the George Washington Monument, weren't
She must be a
they?
whore.
Well, we're not saying she was a whore per se. We're just trying to
That's obviously
categorize her.
what the director wanted you to feel.
Well, how did
Exactly,
Forrest...
so what's your point?
I guess the real question is, was Forrest so retarded that he had no feelings either way? Is that really... Was he
That's a
autistic
good
and he
question.
couldn't
That's a
actually
good
have
question.
feelings about Jenna?
Autistic as hell.
It's a great question.
But the bigger question is, how you fuck her? You don't get AIDS.
Sheepskin?
Are we sure it was AIDS
But you
and
had a
not
kid
like...
with her, you had a kid with her.
Well, you know, AIDS is actually exploding in America ever since the illegal alien migration that Joe Biden allowed to occur through the border.
Jesus.
Oh yeah.
And there's the solution to our immigration
Hello?
problems. Thank you, Jesus.
Yeah, the solution to our immigration problems is paint the pool again. Paint the pool.
It looked pretty good. I just saw it.
Having Trump
And I was in
the
DC.
reflective
Thought the reflection pool
for
looked pretty
50
good.
years.
It look good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were
Are
talking
you
about
used to
something.
ponds?
Excuse me, it looked good.
It look good.
So
What
did
does it look
the
good?
fair.
It's
The
clean.
fair was pretty nice that they did.
Yeah, it's
Did you
clean,
convert
man.
any of your students to be libtards? Is that your goal?
he
Hey,
thinks
I'm conservative.
he thinks the more
Yeah.
brain rot he shares
I am.
on this app, the more karma points he gets. Does the
Teaching in a public school?
Yeah,
does,
I
Of course
preach
he is.
small government.
he works in banking now. He's a banking
You
teller.
teach basic like civics?
No, American history.
He's a banking teller now. He doesn't work at the
You're a
local high
history
school
major?
anymore.
History, you don't
Yeah,
know
we
what a
teach,
basic text line is?
Well, I don't anymore because I'm.
Were you a history major?
Yes.
What's your favorite...
Graduate
You don't
degree
know
or
what-
just undergraduate?
Undergraduate.
Joe, what's your
You don't
favorite...
even know about Jim Crow. You mentioned it
I know quite a bit about
times.
Jim Crow.
Joe, what's your favorite part of history? Civil War, World War II, what is it, Joe? What
My
what
favorite
tickles
part
your
of history
feather?
is actually the Civil Rights Act
That's your favorite part of human history?
of
Did you
American
move
history.
on any of your
I taught
students?
American history. Not world
American.
history.
Wow.
Yeah, that was Jim Crow in the Civil War. Yeah.
And the evolution and the amazing, I mean, you guys are missing the amazing evolution of America out of complete racial bias.
Oh my
Governmental
god.
complete racial bias.
Oh my god.
Yeah, because we used to be
Well, we can
right.
take
We used to be a
Republicans,
divided nation. You
Yeah.
guys know this, right? And the South used to think that they could enslave certain people, right? You guys remember this? And that turned
Tell
into
us more, Joe.
Jim Crow South when they lost the Civil War, but felt they still have power over those people, right? It's fucking obvious. This is American History 101.
Jim Crow South, they wanted to implement slavery again.
Nope, they wanted to
Yes, they
punish.
did, sir. Yes, they did.
Wait, are you saying that Jim Crow South didn't exist, Ken?
Yes, it did.
Oh, what was it?
Your Jim Crow
How
South,
was it in the Jim Crow South?
they wanted to keep slavery. I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Now, when you come to the
And it was
60s,
illegal.
that you can argue, yes. After the Civil War, because motherfucking Confederate laws, Confederacy failed. Now, in the 60s, with the Jim Crow laws started.
No, Jim Crow laws were never on the books. Jim Crow laws were never on the books. Jim Crow is a term for individuals in the South enacting their own laws.
Okay.
Joe, now that
Yeah,
we
but
know...
there was laws, there were cases
no Jim
like
Crow
Shelley
laws.
versus Kramer. I mean, there were cases that overturned housing restrictions and covenants. I mean, there were Supreme Court cases through time that reversed. When I said Brown was obviously the most famous one, but there were several cases. When was Shelley? That would have been like in the late 40s.
I'm
So
gonna
you're saying
Google
Jim
that
Crow
for
wasn't a real guy?
Yeah. He was a
No,
real guy.
it's not.
Look it up. The Democrats Institute. Listen, Joe, now that we know you're fully retarded and the Civil Rights Act is your favorite part of
I guess
Tell
I'm
us-
retarded.
Joe, explain to us, what is philosophy? What is philosophy?
Philosophy is the study of the self.
And so
The
what
other
I,
case was the Smith, Albright case, which
What is
was
the
on, the voting.
so Joe, if philosophy is the study of the self, how retarded are you to come on here at 1 a.m. and sit here and just do this shtick about structural white racist America? Like, what's your point?
Because America is structurally white racist.
Somebody call Bema!
Prove me wrong.
Somebody call
Prove me wrong.
Bema!
Prove me wrong.
Somebody call Bema, quick!
The conversation, I'll prove you wrong, Joe, and I'll tell you all about the mandatory CRT.
Do you think there are no ripple effects? Do you think
Yeah,
there are
you
no
want me to
ripple
prove
effects?
you wrong?
Joe, I'm gonna prove me wrong right now.
I just gave you 3 initials.
You just had Obama and some fucking president.
Don't, doesn't matter.
Oh, doesn't matter.
Here's why it's not.
What?
Do you know what happened in America in the 1950s?
If it was so
Do
fucking
you know what the
racist, you would
Great
never
White
have
Flight is?
black
Have you heard of the Great White Flight in
Yes.
America in the 1950s?
Okay, you're not addressing his point about Obama. You
It
just
doesn't matter.
dismissed it.
One, that's like
Why
saying,
doesn't it
that's like
matter?
saying we like
Why
Michael
doesn't
Jordan.
it matter?
We like Michael Jordan, so we're not racist.
Oh, and then word
No.
salad is a VP.
No.
That's another
No.
one.
No, I think
I'm
electing
talking about
voting for the person who is going to have the highest office in the land.
You think
And
so?
people's attitude about
You think
that,
that's just
I
Alan,
think
you think that just
it
adds
matters.
racism? You think that
I
ends
just
racist?
refuted your argument that it
No,
doesn't
that's
matter.
That's wrong.
So your dismissive,
No, yeah,
comment
I completely
there
dismiss
is
it. I completely dismiss that.
yeah, well, that makes you an idiot.
No, it
Now,
doesn't.
that's number one. Number two, try talking like a man, not like a gay person.
That's a personal. It doesn't.
Try
That's
to
a
pretend
personal.
that
I don't
they're,
matter.
well, you just made.
I don't matter.
comment.
What is the
I get
percentage
to,
of minorities in our prisons
So,
right now from the
In
1980s drug war?
2008,
What
less
is it?
than 5%
What happened in
of
Watts?
the voting public believed that race was an issue in the presidential election.
That's not what we're talking about.
Statistic. Yeah, we're talking
We're talking about is
the
America.
country systematically or
Yes, it is. It is.
And
No,
it
it's
is-
not.
it is
It is less so today than ever before. It is less so today than ever before. But the ripple effects. Remember,
Oh,
the Equal
ripple
Credit Opportunity
effects.
Act. The Equal Credit Opportunity Act is only from
ripple
1974.
effects.
The ripple effects
What
have
was the
to.
ripple effects of over?
Oh, because if you were black and you applied for a mortgage, I could destroy your application.
To abolish slavery.
Because it is true in the data. If you ask AI right now,
Just
Right
like you
now.
have more black
Yeah.
ownership
Yeah,
than ever.
ask AI is applying for a car loan better for you if you're white or not? Just ask them.
Joe,
Just ask your AI. Just ask them.
Why
In America. In America.
Okay, yes.
but we've
The
passed
ripple effects still exist. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is the ripple effects still exist.
Joe, excuse me. Is
I can
it
talk to you
harder
this whole
for
time, can I
black
say
people
something?
to get a car loan because of their specific behaviors that impede their
No.
ability?
No.
Yes, it is.
No.
Yes.
That's not what I'm saying at all.
No, I know
No.
that's not what you're
Can I
saying
chime in?
because you don't want to blame people for their behaviors.
I have never talked.
Joe, hold on a second.
That it is racism.
I have
You
never
believe in
talked about
critical
being.
race theory?
Joe
Okay.
and the sex.
Yes or no?
Hold on a second, Apple. Let Anna speak.
Joe, did we not pass the Fair Housing Act in 1978 because of redlining?
Yes.
Okay. And do you think that DEI is racist?
No.
Okay. Then
Do
why
you
is
think
this
critical
conversation
race
this fucking
theory
idiot?
is racist?
Then I'm a fucking idiot.
Yes, DEI is racist.
How?
Because it
No.
discriminates against
She
white-
said it's racist. Let her explain how it's racist.
I'm still waiting for my do you believe in CRT?
And said DEI is racist. How is it racist?
And I asked
That
her,
is
do you
racist.
believe in CRT?
How?
That's
How?
Discriminates against whites.
Why?
discrimination
What does
against white
DEI say? Do you guys actually hire people? Because I hire people.
Yeah,
You know,
hire
we have a
people,
DEI.
hire people.
You know what it means? You know what
Fire
it actually says? The DEI inclusive actually says we can't discriminate against hiring against race. It doesn't mean we have to like give black people a better chance if they have the same fucking interview as white people.
Okay, but that's
That's not what you guys are sucking on that fucking Trump cock. You're so fucking dumb. That is not what DEI
Okay,
means.
so Joe.
That's not what it means.
Okay,
That's so fucking stupid.
Okay.
Diversity.
That's would you hire? Wait, Ann. Would you? Ann, do you hire people? Ann, do you hire people in your job?
Answer that.
Do you hire?
Sure do.
You do. Would you hire, if you have DEI, would you hire a black person who can't read over a white person who's qualified?
Okay.
Would you?
So then what's the point of DEI?
No, you wouldn't.
I don't know.
What's
What
the
do you
point
think
of
about, Joe,
so
what do you think
fucking
about
stupid.
hold on, guys.
What
What do you think about discriminating against the Asians? And the Asians
What?
not being able to get in, what do you think about the Asians not being able to get
I've
into
never,
college?
I have two
Did you,
Asians
how'd
on my
you feel
team.
about, how'd you feel about the Harvard
We're not
case?
talking
Did you
about-
think Harvard was discriminating against Asians?
I don't know. I can't speak
You're a
to that.
teacher,
Hopefully
you
you
know about the
don't know.
Harvard case?
Yeah, but
So do
I
you think
don't.
it was fair to the
I
Asian
thought-
community that
Honestly,
we had
Honestly,
affirmative
I
action
still-
for 25 years? And that they discriminated against the Asian community and acceptance and admissions in universities? Think that was
honestly,
fair?
no, honestly, I don't know about that. I haven't read about it. I'll be
You
honest.
don't know about the Harvard
I'm just
law.
being honest. I haven't read about that.
No.
Likely you haven't read about it.
What's the reason for
Do you
reduction?
believe in critical race theory?
That's
No.
not what
Follow
but
it.
he did
Well, yeah,
say-
critical race theory is.
Oh my God.
It's like
No.
fucking critical.
No.
Can you define critical race
No,
theory,
can
Alan?
you
Yeah.
define what DEI is again?
Yes,
Because
critical
What
race
is it?
not
theory
accurate.
is
It's
a
not
theory
accurate.
in which to explain the racial disparities between different racial and ethnic groups. That's the quote from Derek Bell, Critical Race Theory and Introduction.
So you're saying that
Are
like
you a,
you're
are
saying that
you
like
a gender crit?
that's
are
so
you
funny.
a
You're
race
saying like
crit?
critical gender theory is
No,
the explanation of different
Where
genders
did I
for different
mention
people.
gender?
You didn't
It's Derek
explain
Bell
it.
and it's Crenshaw and that's
didn't
the whole
explain it.
theory.
You just
Yeah, I
you just
did.
defined its parameters.
But
What
yeah,
is critical
okay,
race theory?
All right. Yes. Yes.
What is it?
Now you're gonna.
Joe.
I knew you were gonna discount.
What is
my
it? What is critical
theory.
race
It's
theory?
a theory amongst many
What's the
theories.
theory?
It's one of many theories
No,
about.
that's just one of many. What is the
This-
theory?
Yeah,
The race
it
is
Now, here's the
socially
thing.
constructed
What
Yeah,
is
but
the
see,
theory?
and it's
Joe,
used to
here's-
oppress and
Joe,
exploit
the critical
people of
race.
color, and that
Here's
racism,
the-
go ahead, Alan, you
here's
wanna do
the
it?
point.
What is the theory?
Okay, I just told you what it is.
No, a
Now-
theory is something that explains an observation, right? So
No,
what is
no,
critical race theory?
I
How does it
told
explain
you
an
what
observation?
the definition is. Now, I knew you weren't going to accept it.
Nope,
and
nope,
we're
nope, just
moving
tell me the
on
theory.
From there.
Concept of
Because you're not the
intersectionality.
first person. No, Abby, let me finish. You're not the first person I've had this kind of.
I'm not the
discussion.
last person you not explaining it to.
Yeah,
Shut the fuck up and explain it.
it's
What is the
always
theory?
same
What is
thing.
the
Just
theory?
did, but
Now,
you're talking over.
Having moved
How
beyond
does the
that
theory
point, what
how
is
does
it
the theory
you do
produce
know
a
is-
hypothesis?
What is the importance of lived
What is the
experience?
critical race theory?
What is
What's the theory?
importance of lived experience within critical race theory?
No, what is the theory? What is critical race theory? You haven't said that.
Crazy.
Well, you haven't explained what the theory
Joe,
is.
he just
No,
explained. He
I
said,
don't
No, he did not.
yes, he did. He
What
said
is the theory?
he gave the
No,
definition.
Either answer the question or shut up.
He just gave the definition that it's an explanation of the disparities between racial groups.
Oh, there is none.
Here real quick, Joe.
Yeah, okay.
There is none. There is no. When you go to any college, if you tell like I have, you go to any group, you go to any college, you teach at any level, you know there is no difference between races and how they perform.
That isn't what I
So there is no
said.
critical race theory. It was
There-
one.
yeah,
So
there-
Joe-
It was one
Joe-
person There
Joe,
was one person
wake
that
up
published
and know
a theory.
it's mandatory by the American
No, it is
Bar
not.
Association
Abby,
at every
Abby,
fucking
Abby,
law
you
school
another
What
in
would
the
you know?
United States.
What would you know?
This is
Every
I'm sorry.
fucking
It's
law
not
school.
mandated.
It's
Yeah,
mandated
Abby,
by the
Give me
ABA.
a link. Give me
Oh,
a
I'll
link.
give it to you right now.
Give me a link that critical race
Okay.
theory is mandated by
Mandated by
any
the
level of education.
ABA.
Any level.
Joe.
ABA, we have to take it in our
ABA?
ethics, we have to
No.
take it in the
The
beginning of law
American
school
Bankers
and at the end of
Association?
law school. Joe, don't talk over me. We have it mandatory at the beginning of law school and the end of law
You
school.
have
Ethics
critical race
classes,
theory.
absolutely.
Show me.
Now,
Link it.
Joe.
Put it in
what
the chat with a
explain
link.
to
Wait,
me-
why can't you just say, I don't have to, like how you did when they asked you to explain something?
Yeah.
Because she's making an affirmative claim, Anne. Anne, girl, put your lip gloss on and shut the fuck up.
Oh,
Because if you have an affirmative claim, you have to prove it. If you make a claim, you have to prove it.
I'm still waiting for what is, since you know so much about it, what is the lived experience and what does the phrase "am I crazy" mean as it relates to
What the
critical
fuck?
race theory? Do you know?
What is bro? You
Joe,
got
did you really say there's no difference in the races as far as performance in college?
no. I did not. I did not say that.
Okay, I thought you said that. All
I
right.
did not
No,
say
you
that.
said
I said there's no.
difference.
No, there's
Now,
no difference in
Answer. See, you don't see. I
There's a
don't
difference in
know
what?
more about
There's no
performance.
difference
Bozo, I'm
in
putting it in the
academic
fucking
and
chat. You can
acceptance
read it.
and
I put the ABA rule in the chat.
Yes, there is.
Let's see
Mr.
this.
Educator.
No, you didn't put a link here. You just put.
I actually
this is
did.
not a
It's
link.
such a-
This is not a link, Abby.
I'm still
Because
This is
people
not a
don't
link.
click on links.
I'm
So I'm
still
putting
waiting.
Why
the
would I believe
content
what
of
you
it.
put in the chat?
I give
Why
up.
would I believe this?
You know
You
what?
just said
Because
training must occur at the start of the law program.
That I put 303.
Typically
It's
during
breakdown
orientation.
ABA standard 303 subsection C.
What does this have to? You didn't put
It's
that
in
in chat.
every law school. You know what? It's also in judge colleges. The judges have to
Let's
study
find
it
it.
now.
Let's find it. ABA. Let's
Joe?
look at this. ABA standard 303C. Let's look at this.
Yeah.
ABA.
And while you're
Standard.
doing that, you can tell me what lived experience means in relation to critical race theory and what the phrase.
You don't
"am I
even know what
crazy?"
critical race theory is. Shut the
Yeah.
fuck up.
Do you know what I'm asking you?
You're not asking anything. You're just talking.
I just asked.
What are you asking?
Okay,
Ask
let's
a
ask
question.
the rest of the group. The rest of the group, do you understand the question I asked Joe?
Here's ABA Standard 303C. A law school shall provide education to law students on bias,
Okay.
cross-cultural,
And you're
competency,
lucky
and
to
racism
take it
at the start of the program of legal education, and at least once again before graduation. For
Bingo.
students,
It's exactly what I said in the beginning of law school and at the end of law school. It's now, not only is it taught in the law schools, it's taught to the judges in the judges training and judges
don't
colleges.
you understand why?
Yeah, do I understand why it's the absolute
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
takeover
no,
of
no,
our
no,
American
no,
legal
because
system?
law is unbiased.
It's the takeover of our fucking legal system.
No,
It
it's
is,
because law
it
is
is
unbiased.
absolutely destroyed.
If you don't
It
agree
has
with that, Abby, are you
destroyed
saying
new
law
young
is
lawyers
biased? Are
coming
you
in
saying
refusing
law
now
has
to
to be
work.
biased? Abby,
This
are you
is-
saying law has to be biased because 303C
No.
says the
Critical
law
race
school shall
theory
provide
is
education
biased.
law?
Critical
I'll
I'll
race
be
theory
happy
is
with our
biased.
canons of ethics that we've had
See,
and our
see,
rules of
Joe
ethics. We
has
don't need this.
Should law be biased or biased?
This has
Yeah, I
nothing to
said,
do with
I'll
that.
say a couple things
Critical
here.
race theory is biased.
All right, real quick here, Joe. First, you said prove. Show me where it's taught in any type of education level ever. Abby showed it to you, and you go, do you know why it's taught though? So first you said show me. Then when she does show you, you're like, well, yeah, but do you know why? And then back to the DEI thing, Joe. Real quick, you said in your company, you said you have a DEI initiative in your hiring practices of your company, but you guys, in your DEI initiative, there's no such thing as any type of discriminatory hiring practices. Well, then, Joe, I would ask you, then
I don't have those.
what's the purpose of DEI why would you even need it if you're just hiring on merit alone?
There is guys know, if any one of you can prove to me that DEI it supersedes marriage?
Asking him that question. That's what
If any one of you
He
can
asked
prove
me a
to me,
question, which was a great question.
Joe, this is okay. So real quick, Joe.
bro,
No,
I have hired.
bro, bro, nothing, man. Because you're being disingenuous right now. Abby just brought up the kid, and this is where you're ignorant because you don't know something. You're arguing. Abby brought up a very valid point about the Asian discrimination at Harvard, and that was a huge case. So instead of just arguing back and forth, and you admitted you didn't read up on that, and that's an excellent fucking point. Look it up real quick, and you'll see that explains your answer. It went to court, bro. It was a huge fucking court case. It was a huge fucking lawsuit and they had the numbers and they had the stats to show that they were discriminating against Asian students just to hire, but admit other races to be able to fit a certain racial quota. That these Asian students were getting denied, even though they were scoring the highest. They were still getting denied and letting other races who scored extremely lower than them be able to enter Harvard.
So Sandra Day O'Connor, 25 years ago, longer now, in very famous opinion, dealing with affirmative action, when they determined that affirmative action would be legal, they gave it a shelf life of 25 years. And they felt that whatever correction would happen, it will be, at that point, finished and obsolete and need to be reversed. And when the Harvard case, it was Harvard, it was also Chapel Hill, North Carolina, both cases were consolidated. And they saw the level of discrimination, and the Asian community specifically were not getting fair admissions. And when you see the numbers of
That's
acceptance.
the opposite of DEI, isn't it?
May I finish?
No, that is.
Aren't you guys claiming?
I'm
No.
not finished.
Yes, you are. You're done.
No,
Aren't you claiming DEI is? Aren't you claiming DEI is hiring?
Hold on, retarded nigga. No, she's not done. Wait till she finishes and then you can respond.
I wasn't finished. Did he leave?
How cool does Joe feel that you called me N-word? Feels so cool.
Did he leave?
Yeah, he
He
left.
left. Oh. This was. It's very frustrating when you talk to someone like, and this is a guy teaching students in a classroom. Think about that.
Yeah. And that's what is both tragic and horrifying, is that you have educators like that, and we've seen YouTube videos of them where they really feel self-righteous about what they're teaching and what they're doing and what they're teaching the kids.
He made a statement, CRT is not being taught in any high-level education. I then say it's in the law school. He says, I don't believe you, prove it. So then I put in where it shows that it's mandatory. He goes, I don't believe that's a rule. I have to see the rule. Then I put the actual lesson plan and the rule in the chat, and it still isn't enough.
No, then he goes, yeah, but you know why that is?
Yeah.
Right, which is basically an admission, right?
It's called sea lioning, folks. People like that will never, ever, ever concede a point. Their purpose is not to actually have a conversation. It's just to get people frustrated. That's it. But in his particular case, I think it's the better rule is you can never, Upton Sinclair, who was a progressive, you can never get a man to understand you when his income depends on not understanding you. He spent 20, it is so true.
Right, you can't fix racism, they'd be out of business. Right.
Yeah, in my version is you can never get a man to understand you when his self-esteem or ego depends on not understanding you. He spent however many years as a teacher. He made his money teaching this crap to students. He is never, ever, ever, ever going to change his mind.
I had teachers like that.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk to him about the civil rights part he said. He's like, my favorite part of American history was the civil rights era. It's like, well, I hope he's thanking Republicans for all of that. Because without the Republicans, it doesn't get passed. the Democrats had more than enough senators in the fucking more than they had. What I think they had like 78 senators, and only 40 of them wanted to vote for it. But because you need 60, the Republicans voted for it unanimously. All of the Republicans voted for it, and now the Democrats only like a half of them voted for it, and it doesn't get passed without Republicans. When the South went red, is when the South stopped being racist. That's what people don't get about this. The Democrats are the most racist fucking political party of all time. It's not even close. It's not even close. They're the most racist people on the fucking planet. I mean, that guy Joe will look you square in your eyes and tell you that black people aren't as capable as white people. That's what he'll tell you. Fucking scumbag. It's insane. It's insane.
Oh, man. Let's go back to bed. That's fucking stupid.
I was gonna say, Alan, too, it's just not on YouTube videos, bro. Like, this shit's happening in real life. I've experienced with my kids in these fucking schools with these fucked up ass motherfuckers like Joe running the school. My son's assistant principal in high school, exactly like that motherfucker, man.
Oh, yeah, I know. And, you know, I remember too, this kid is playing football, he's on the team, and the mother comes up and starts yelling at the coach because she felt he was too harsh. He's like, I'm trying to teach these boys discipline, etc. Oh, she wouldn't have it.
That's the
That
problem, Alan.
doesn't relate, but it came to mind.
Alan, we're from the get your ass whipped generation. This shit we're dealing with now, they're the timeout generation.
Do they allow coaches to
Fucking timeout
curse?
generation.
Do they allow football coaches to curse anymore?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've heard that they get in trouble for cursing.
We grew up with timeout. Stop it. Don't act like that.
I was gonna say, Mike, Alan, they're past time out. They're actually rewarding the bad behavior. There's no punishment anymore for it.
Yeah.
Mike, we grew up with timeout. And the timeout when your parents got tired of beating your ass, that's what timeout was.
Probably. Yeah, exactly. And this shit about everyone gets a medal, everyone's not supposed to get a medal, because you're supposed to strive for the best. If everyone gets a fucking medal, then it's irrelevant. You're supposed to fucking have heartbreak by not winning the medal. You're supposed to want to be better the next season. You're supposed to want to get better. That's how it works.
Yeah.
You want your fucking teammates to be better.
That's why when we were in the World Series, at the end when the team wins the championship, they always the losing team in the World Series stays in the dugout and watches the celebration because they want that burned into their fucking head. They want to watch the celebration because then they fucking know that that's what they want to be doing next time. You're supposed to feel heartbreak. You're supposed to be feeling lost. You're supposed to want to get better.
You know, the problem is, I call it the feminization of our of political discourse. Okay, Sig, you still there? Sig?
Yeah, all present and accounted for, Alan.
Oh, okay. Why were your drill instructors so hard on you when you were in boot camp?
Because they were racist. It was white supremacy, Alan. That's why.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sig. I really feel for you that you went through that system. And, clearly black people are not as capable as going through boot camp as white people. And it was terrible that they subjected you to that. No, I remember, the actor who played in Full Metal Jacket, he said, which I saw in an interview, he said, during Vietnam, we used to look at the killed in action. Well, I forget the name of the reports, but who was killed in action. And they really felt like it was their responsibility, and they were responsible for the soldiers that they had gone through their boot camp and had been killed. They weren't doing that. They were doing that to keep you alive. Would you agree with that?
That's exactly the strategy. It's to.
Yeah.
It's the method behind the madness is to get you to be able to concentrate on your mission with an extreme amount of chaos surrounding you, to drown all that chaos out, get rid of your anxiety, get rid of your fear, get rid of any questions, any doubts that you may have, and to stay laser focused on your mission. mission without, being emotionally or mentally disrupted. That's the whole fucking point.
And do you achieve that? Do you break through? Do you break through the ego of every new recruit who thinks that they got a handle on it and they don't need any kind of training and they're tougher than the drill sergeant? And maybe you had that feeling too, Sing. Do you break through that by saying, it's okay, I understand that you feel that you can do these things, but if it's okay, would you get down on the ground and crawl under the barbed wire while we are shooting live rounds over your head? Or do you do it by yelling at them and screaming at them, get your asses on the ground and do it even though you're scared? Which one works better? And can we say that the way they're doing it is also compassion and is also empathy, is also caring, but it's not framed in the quote way that we think of caring, compassion, and empathy when we think about mothers?
Absolutely. I mean, it's the same way when we discipline our kids. It's when we discipline them, it's not a nice thing. When I was getting my ass whooped as a young kid, I mean, getting that belt smacked clean across my ass, yeah, that shit wasn't nice, but it taught me certain fucking valuable lessons, Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is, and when it comes to parenting, we love our kids, and if they're misbehaving, we care about them. Out in the real world, nobody's going to care about them. So we need to teach them. They need to learn those consequences from someone who cares about what happens to them. Because out in the real world, nobody gives a shit. Oh, you're at a bar and you start mouthing off to some guy who's 6'4", 300 pounds, and you're 5'7", 110. I think something's going to happen to you. So you better learn not to mouth off at home with a parent who cares. Anyways, I went on a rant. I'm sorry.
That's why we all with the same. Every single one of us is men. All heard our parents say, "I'm only whooping your ass because I love you."
Right.
And now you understand it, right?
Exactly. We all do, Alan. That's why we all laugh at it. When we tell the stories, we all laugh at it because we were fucking idiots. We thought our parents didn't love us. We thought they were being mean, but we look back and say, yeah, they were just giving us a dose of what the world's gonna hand to us when we act a fool. And it's 10 times worse out in the real world.
So, did you have anybody like Private Pile in your boot camp?
Yeah, absolutely, man. It's Recruit Grover. Yeah, that nigga was a fucking retard, bro. But he was funny as shit. We were on the quarter deck getting IT. And IT is intensive training. So whenever you fuck up, they make you do a shit ton of exercise for like 2 hours straight, bro. It's like jumping jacks, mountain climbers, push-ups, fucking sit-ups, and it's like, it's quick intervals, man. They'll tell you to do something for 5 seconds. It's like sit-ups, and then you drop down, you start doing sit-ups. All right, mountain climbers. And then you start doing mountain climbers. Okay, jumping jacks. And they're just, dude, it's the most fucking painful goddamn exercise routine you'll ever experience in your life. Well, we're doing mountain climbers, and this goofy motherfucker, and we were there for him because we were cleaning rifles, and he kept fucking up and not being able to get his rifle put together in time. And so drill instructor's getting fucking pissed off at him. So he ends up sending about 5 of us up to the quarter deck. I was the squad leader, so anytime one of my guys fucked up, I had to be there getting slaughtered with him. And so we're doing mountain climbers, and all of a sudden he just stops, and the drill instructor starts screaming and yelling in his face, "Who the fuck told you to stop? You keep fucking going." And this retarded motherfucker yelled out, and the drill instructor was like, Who the fuck told you to stop? Why did you stop? Why did you stop? Why did you stop doing my mountain climbers? Do my fucking mountain climbers. And his response was, sir, this recruit has reached the top of the mountain, sir. And everybody started fucking laughing, even the drill instructors, bro. They couldn't even hold their fucking bearing because the motherfuckers just so dude. But yeah.
Did he make it through?
Oh yeah, he made it through. Yeah, he was one of these dumb, like, Idaho corn-fed motherfuckers, man. Motherfucker was strong as an ox, man. He's one of them, like, farm boys or whatever, man, white boy. And yeah, he was just dumb as shit. But that nigga had dumb strength. Like that motherfucker was rock solid, bro. He could pick up two motherfuckers over his shoulder. He was literally like a Forrest Gump, man. You know, just dumb as shit. Good guy. Heart was in the right place, but he's just dumb as fuck, man.
Y'all know a fun fact about Full Metal Jacket? Like, dude, Arlie Ermy, the dude who played the drill instructor. So he was a real drill instructor. But he was consulted on the movie, and the drill instructor they hired was just not right. Like Arlie Ermy, the way he got the job is he went to the director's office. I think it was Coppola. Was it Kubrick? That was Coppola, right?
No, it was Kubrick.
It was Kubrick. Sorry. So he goes to the office or whatever, and he yells at him for 40 straight minutes like a drill instructor, and never repeats himself once. And Kubrick's like, all right, you're hired. Like that's how he got the job.
Yeah, and then what they did is they recorded him doing all of that stuff, and then they had someone transcribe it, and then they took it and they picked the best lines out of it.
So good.
And
See, I want to ask a question real quick. First of all, thank you for your service. I really appreciate it. But I wanted to ask this. I've heard that when you have a product and they're like, yeah, it's military grade, that should be like, that should let you know that it's like probably made of the worst shit possible. Is that true or no?
No,
like
it's not true.
boots. They're like military grade. It's like actually that means it's not very good.
No, it's not true, man. No, it's not true.
I heard like if it's military grade, it means the military. They always use the cheapest shit to give to people.
Nah, man, you gotta think, man, those rifles, we were in boot camp training, and those M9 pistols we were using, them things had been in service for over 30 years, bro. And they were still running strong. We were still using them for training, so, yeah, no,
yeah, I mean, look, there were, I remember, what was his name? I forget the newscast. Peter Jennings, The Fleecing of America. They actually used to have on network news about the corruption and overspending in the government. But anyways, like in electronics, like you make a bunch of transistors, and then they go through and they'll test all of them, and the ones that test the best, those were the military grade. Then there was the average group, and then there were the rejects. So, and they do that with ICs. Like, they don't just make one chip at a time. There'll be a huge wafer with like 20 on that whole disc, and then they'll pick and choose as to which one is the highest quality. And that's usually what's meant by military grade, from my understanding.
Yeah, military grade, it just represents how rugged something is, how long it'll last, how much abuse and wear and tear it'll take in combat conditions and rough conditions, non-standard conditions. That's pretty much what it symbolizes.
Yeah, the idea is you don't want something failing and it costs someone their life.
Yep.
They should remake that movie. Full Metal Jacket.
It'll be a woman drill instructor.
Plus, it'll be a trans drill instructor.
Yeah, and the leads in it, it'll be at least one trans person, one gay person,
a Muslim woman. Good job.
Oh yeah.
A motherfucker in a wheelchair.
Private Mile would be that Richard Jewell, the guy that played Richard Jewell, the actor, the fat guy.
They probably probably be RuPaul. Beaver.
There you go. I still want to make the Harriet Tubman documentary with an all-white cast.
Oh wow! And have you seen the new Larry David show on HBO?
No.
It's only one episode out so far, but he goes like through American history and reenacts like the Rosa Parks scene or.
Oh, really?
You need to watch it because people say you sound like Larry David.
Oh, I know. Did you know that Black Panther in the comic books now is white?
Did not know that.
You know what's a good series is Wonder Man. Marvel came out with it, and it's a comedy, and it's basically Ben Kingsley is in it. He plays his character from, I think someone was saying, Iron Man 3, where he was an actor playing a terrorist. So the premise of the show is Wonder Man, he's an actor, and that's the connection between him and Ben Kingsley. But he's trying to hide his suit. At first he doesn't realize he has them, and then he's trying to hide them. But it's a really funny show. I'm getting sleepy. You know us boomers, if we don't get 14 hours of sleep, we get very cranky.
That's the truth, man.
Oh, Jesus. Jesus. Anyways, I'm gonna go. Hey, it's been good talking to you. What happened to you, Sig? Why are you on the app so much? Are they out of town?
I'm out of town working, man. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
I'll probably end up going off for another couple months here in a little bit. But yeah, I miss talking to you guys and having conversations, man. I don't hang out around a lot of people personally that I can have conversations with. So there's a part of me that misses talking to you guys and having the back and forth and having these discussions, man. Most of these people out here are fucking retarded. They're too stupid to have these conversations, bro.
But they do want to learn how to use a gun, right?
Oh yeah, always, man. Always, really, yeah.
Well, you can't. They're not completely gone, right?
Yeah, I would say they're damn near close around 95%, so close enough.
Anyways, take it easy.
All right, take it easy, Alan. We'll see you, brother.
Yeah, bye.
I'll say it is gun injury awareness month.
It's what?
What the fuck was it? It was like pretty much self-inflicted gun wounding awareness month.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Another fucking made-up goddamn awareness. It's like every day, every month, there's some weird fucking awareness, bro. Somebody just pulls out their fucking ass, bro. It's just stupid.
I'm surprised you didn't get the fucking email.
Nah, I don't want the email, nigga. Shit's in the fucking junk bin. I don't want that bullshit. I'm so tired of this shit, bro. It's overstimulating. Like, everybody's got a cause. Everybody, man, this is part of that stupid shit, man. Like, let's honor everything. Fuck that shit, bro. Keep your little
Firearm
awareness.
injury prevention.
Oh, firearm injury, man. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, no, fuck it. Fuck the awareness. If you're that stupid where you don't know how to handle a gun, you off yourself. That's on you, nigga. happen. It needed to fucking happen. I was, me and my wife were in DC this weekend, and we were at the Washington Mall. We checked out the Lincoln Memorial and the Washington Monument and stuff. And, so when you go down on the bottom, you remember Nick Sandman and the MAGA hat kid, that whole controversy a few years ago? Yeah. So that's the area. So there's always people down there protesting. They got signs and they got some type of fucking cause they're trying to bring awareness to. And we came across a mannequin with a white, like, wedding style dress on. And there were three feminists. They were three Afghani American feminists. And so there were a couple other people too that had signs. And, you know, so I'm trying to teach my wife, you know, the value of freedom of speech and diversity of thought and stuff. So I'm like, we're going to go to each one of these people that we see, and we're going to ask them what their little display is about and what their message is. So we did that. We came across these three feminists, and they were trying to bring awareness to how toxic the patriarchy was, and they were symbolizing the oppression of Afghani women. That they're not allowed to be educated, they're not allowed to get education, not allowed to drive, not allowed to have, you know, just basic rights, freedoms, and liberties. And that the Afghani men, the Taliban, that has control, has pretty much subjected women to having children and pretty much being submissive to men. That's their only purpose. So she was bringing awareness to this. And, you know, going on this fucking about we need to end the patriarchy and all this fucking dumb, retarded shit she learned in college, more than likely. And so I asked her, I said, what happens after you reach the level of awareness? What's the next step? Okay, you get all these people aware, and you want to help these girls out in the Middle East, and you want to help them escape the oppression that they're currently living under the current regime. The next step, it was crickets, bro. She hadn't even thought past that. And you should have seen the look on my wife's face at how stupid this bitch is. How stupid this bitch was, right? My wife's sitting there like, yeah, what's the next step? She's like, oh, well, you know, we got to get people on board. And I said, well, how are you getting people on board? Well, hashtag this and hashtag. It was literally, her effort was typing, clicking on the fucking hashtags on fucking social media and shit. I said, well, what happens? I said, well, now, you know, I said, the next step, you have to meet with the motherfuckers who you have a problem with. What's your next step? What's that going to look like? You know, and it's like, it's all this awareness, bro, because it's so easy to click on the screen and type a hashtag that they're not even thinking about the fact that, hey, once we get the awareness, we got to meet the motherfucker that's oppressing us and have the conversation. I said, well, what if that motherfucker tells you to fuck off? He don't want to have a conversation. He's going to keep doing what the fuck he's going to do. I said, what's the next step? Because you just talked about ending the fucking patriarchy. Well, you need that patriarchy because you're not going to pick up a sword. You're not going to pick up a gun when this motherfucker tells you no and go fuck off to physically remove him out of power to get what the fuck you want. You know, and it was just like, it was just fucking crickets, bro. It's like, okay, all this awareness for what, man? You're not going to do shit about it. Shut the fuck up.
It's funny.
You're sitting there advocating for ending the fucking patriarchy. Yet the patriarchy is who you're the first person who you're going to be calling to go fight this motherfucker and chop his head off to remove him from fucking power.
Absolutely.
And it's funny because my wife, when she's sitting there talking about some end the patriarchy's toxic, and my wife's sitting there looking at this bitch like, you stupid bitch, we need the fucking patriarchy. Like, you bitch, this white marble walkway you're standing on and fucking protesting on, the patriarchy built that shit, you dumb hoe. It's fucking stupid, man.
It's pretty fucking dumb.
And
that does make sense. It's
yeah.
Okay, what do you do next?
Right. And we had just left the Marine Corps Museum and going through all these exhibits, all these fucking, you know, life-size replicas of all these wars, the Civil War, the Korean War, Vietnam War, Afghanistan, Iraq War. Like, literally, you walk through these exhibits, bro, and it's literally like, you know, they built these exhibits up to where it's like you're actually on the battlefield. and all these mannequins of men dying, legs blown off, and so my wife just gets through seeing all the turmoil men have had to go through in order to secure our rights and liberties and freedoms. For this bitch to leave Afghanistan and come over here and talk that shit that she can't talk over there because the niggas will chop her fucking head off or throw her off a fucking building just for having a fucking opinion. But you bring your ass all the way across the pond to come hashtag this and hashtag that. I'm like, shut the fuck up, man. You look like a fucking retard.
Fucking stupid. It makes zero sense.
It makes no sense, bro. I'm like, my wife's fucking retarded, bro. But if she can point out how retarded you are, you gotta be like extra fucking retarded, bro. If she can see how retarded you are.
Damn. Makes sense.
This is why you got niggas like that nigga that was in here. I mean, this nigga's like literally responsible for teaching our kids, man. And this is why you got the Carmelo Anthony's. Because you got the parents at home egging him on, and then you got a teacher like that pretty much adding icing onto the cake of what the parents are teaching this motherfucker.
Man, fuck it. You don't like what they say, just go stab him. Like, what?
Yep. If a white person tells you to leave, you don't have to leave because they're white. You don't take no shit off the white man. Okay, well, nigga, you gonna be sitting your ass in fucking prison, sucking some dick for protection. So them white niggas, them Aryan brotherhoods don't come after your ass. You gonna be doing somebody's fucking laundry, fucking licking somebody's ball sack to get that protection from them niggas because you can kill one of their own.
But you gotta sit here and listen to this white sea uncle for you 35 years.
Right.
What the
And that niggas don't tell you where you can and can't be.
Mm-hmm. All day long.
Fucking stupid, man. Just the idiocy is, and this is why I kind of like, sometimes I gotta side with Gio. Like, I'm all about freedom and liberty, but then I get, like, niggas like Gio, man. Like, I get where he's coming from. It's like you gotta have some type of restraint. Because if not, you get to the situation where we're at right now, where it's like, anything goes and there's no fucking boundaries, and then the retards start running the fucking show, So I get what he's saying, man. Like, I get it. You have too much fucking freedom and liberty, then everything just goes to fucking shit. Now your cause, you're working against your own cause, yeah.
Total anarchy. Just thinking about that, ain't no white man gonna tell me where I can and can't be. Get your black ass up again. Make your bed. When they flip that damn bump, now you gotta clean up the white man's mess.
Right.
Fucking stupid, bro. Fucking dumb are you?
Guess he showed him, huh? Wow. Fucking dumb shit, bro.
That white man get to tell you when you gonna have breakfast, lunch, dinner, when you go to take a shower. Shit. Ain't worth it, your blood.
That's the one thing I loved about the Marine Corps, bro. It eliminated all that shit, bro. It eliminated all that shit. You didn't see no race, you didn't see color, you didn't see none of that shit, bro. That's what I loved about it, man. That regiment, that ideology, it actually brought motherfuckers together, man.
Yep. I totally can see that because you got one purpose.
Right, and that's why we need to go back to just Americanizing everything. Fuck the race, fuck the ethnicity, it should just be about being an American, man. Once you go back to that focus, bro, it eliminates all this other fucking bullshit.
Yep. I can care less what your skin color is. But, there's no money in that.
Yeah, it's not. You know who's the biggest perpetuators of it? It's the niggas with these fucking doctorates, these stupid ass fucking doctorate degrees, and the light skin. I've noticed that the most pro black niggas are light skin, bro.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
make that make
trust me. Trust me. Don't meet one of these motherfucking mixed breed motherfuckers. One of these black and white kids.
They're the worst, man.
They're the worst. The fucking worst. And I hear this shit from them so much. And I always ask a question. You hate your mama? Like, I don't understand it.
Yeah, I think a lot of these motherfuckers, man. I think it's lack of experience. I think it's lack of experience, man. They're running off of the boogeyman tales they've been told, brother, and they're taking that shit and running with it, and they have no fucking idea. Most of these niggas that are pro-black and they've never been around a significant amount of white people, bro. To realize that shit. It's like, nigga, I get it. I got told the same shit, and I got around white people. I'm like, they're not even thinking about me, man. These niggas ain't worried about what the fuck I'm. Like, they're having too much fun, man. They're having too much fun enjoying their lives. They're not thinking about your black. But you said you're thinking about them. And it's the weirdest shit, bro. It's crazy shit. It's crazy, man. It makes no sense.
You know, I grew up in a house like that. You walk out the house, this white Casper motherfucker gonna kill you. I don't see nothing but niggas around me shooting.
Right.
Shit. Right. I don't understand that shit.
Yeah, bro. It was, I don't know if you were in a room, but we talked about this a few weeks ago, KB. But I had when I was younger, because we moved across 8 Mile, we moved to Ferndale, and once my mom got a better job, we moved to the suburbs. So I'm riding my bike outside, right, and I get pulled over by a cop. Riding my bike, he stops me and asks me, where I'm from and what I'm doing in the neighborhood and shit, and because apparently a bunch of niggas from Detroit across 8 Mile were coming over into this white neighborhood, stealing the bikes and taking them back over to Detroit. So, of course, you see the only black kid in the neighborhood riding a bike. Spidey sense is gonna tingle. You just gotta make sure everything's on the up and up. So I told my mom, I said, hey, the police, I just got stopped by, the police officer or whatever, and gave her the rundown of what happened. Bro, she got her clothes on so quick, snatched me up, threw me in the car, and went to that police station and chimped the fuck out, bro. Chimped the fuck out on white cops, man. And, not knowing the not understanding the depth of the situation, and, I'm older and looking back now, I was like, no, you dumb bitch. Like, it's a bunch of niggas coming over here stealing white people's shit, bro. So, yeah, I mean, the motherfucker had, it's not like he roughed me up. He didn't cuss me out. He wasn't unprofessional. Wasn't a dick to me. Just stopped and asked me a couple questions to make sure everything was good. But it's like, nah, like, the reason why they were on high alert is because you niggas coming over here fucking with people that ain't fucking with you, man.
When I'm sitting at mom's house, I see a lot of these kids. They on these, them little motorcycle things. And some of them got these e-bikes and shit. I'm like, I know you niggas ain't buy that shit.
Right.
That's all I can think. Like, I know you niggas ain't buy that. There's too many of them. And you in the fucking hood, I know you buy that shit. You wouldn't stole that shit from over there on the white side. Watch y'all black ass together.
Right. E-bikes are a white thing, bro.
Exactly. So I'm like, I know you ain't buy that shit.
Niggas aren't riding e-bikes, man. Or they're not buying e-bikes. They'll ride them,
Not
but they're
buying
stolen.
them. They ain't
Yeah,
buying
they're
them.
not buying them. I have yet to be in the city of Detroit and seen a plethora of fucking e-bikes, bro. But you go in the white neighborhoods, e-bikes. E-bikes till the fucking cows come home,
Being out there, You know, people don't lock this shit up.
Oh yeah, white people are notorious. White people leave their car keys in the fucking ignition of the car.
I tell you, because my ex-wife used to do this shit. Yeah, well,
Yeah, I didn't know that was.
what the fuck is he doing?
Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing until I started dating white women. I'm like, yeah, like, hey, I gotta move your car out of the driveway so I can get my car out. Where are your keys? Oh, they're in the ignition. Like what? Like what? Sitting there fussing at these white women to lock my goddamn door in the house. Just leave that shit wide open. I'm like, no, lock this
They
shit.
don't lock the fucking doors.
Right.
They don't lock the doors to the house.
Right.
Like, no, I put the deadbolt on my shit. What the fuck? I ain't used to no shit like that.
No, we never lock our doors. They just walk right in. I'm like, okay, all right. I had Marcy used to do that because she grew up, you know, out there in Tecumseh, there in the rural end of man, and then she moved her ass to Ipsy, bro. There's a bunch of niggas and shit. Yeah,
Niggas out there.
she left her fucking doors unlocked, key in the ignition on that dumb shit, and then the niggas took her car, man, like the first one she moved out there. I was like, learned the lesson, huh?
Like, I hit the jackpot. I ain't got to bust the steering column or nothing. Oh, shit.
Thank you, Miss White Lady, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Fuck that.
What's going on, Doc? What's good, W? What's up, man? Been a long time no see, man. Motherfuckers are passed out, bro. I think everybody's.
Yeah, I think everybody knocked out.
Yeah.
I think Abby done argued herself to sleep. Her energy is gone.
Joe, that was your people, Abby. you got to claim that one, Abby.
I think she got white fatigue. Like, fuck this. Jim Crow laws and the Civil War. I'm like, what the fuck is you talking about?
Yeah, that's a history teacher, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy, man. That's like a mechanic not knowing what an alternator is, bro. That's crazy work, man.
That's what put this gas in.
Right.
The gas thing. That shit was wild. I don't know how you do it, brother.
So I want people to hear how ridiculous these motherfuckers are, man.
Yeah, 'cause I had a dip out earlier with that man Gio going back and forth like this is a headache.
Yeah, Gio gets a little touchy feeling, man. He can't, you know.
Very intelligent guy.
Yeah, no, yeah, man, he's smart as shit, bro. I learned a lot from that nigga. He's smart as shit. He knows his shit, but he gets a little too touchy feeling. It's like, okay, man, niggas gonna call you names. Yeah, niggas gonna call you names. Call the name back and keep it moving, man.
Keep him moving. I knew it was going in. Someone Pepe said, "You gotta go cook it, dog." This shit about to go left.
He called him something. He called him something gook or whatever.
Motherfucker straight stupid. Only Pepe.
But yeah, Gio, yeah, he pushes on the totalitarian thing, you know, a lot, man. And so I've had to debate him a couple times about like, legacy mode of operation. You know, you gotta understand, bro. Like your ideology starts conflicting with the premise of, you know, the Constitution at that point. You know, it's like where can we find the happy balance of where, hey, we're keeping society in check so we sustain it, but we're not eroding the initial premise of what the founding fathers set up. You know.
Yeah, I really haven't sat down and talked to him. Shit, it's been probably 5 years, really.
Yeah, he did die for a little bit, man.
Yeah, he was gone. I just got tired of speaking about politics and shit. Oh, man. So you get the whole gang back in here. There's times I've seen some of these faces.
There's a bunch of new people joining that, man. They must be promoting this shit somewhere, bro, because there's an influx of new, a lot of Africans I've noticed too, man. Shit ton of Africans.
Yeah, well, it's about to go to shit.
Yeah. Well, I'm already getting like every day. I got like 5 fucking back channels, man. Hey, Sig, how are you? I got this great opportunity. I read your profile. We got a lot of luck. I got this business opportunity for you. You know.
Man, yeah.
Send me a cash app and I can get you $19K in about an hour. You know, you know, there's a bunch of niggas sitting in fucking Lagos, Nigeria, somewhere on some internet cafe. And then the profile pictures are it's so fucking crazy, man. They're funny as hell.
Just try to send a motherfucking cash out to people I can't stand. There you go.
right. There you go. You know, somebody took Joe B's profile and took her picture. And so, hey, you know, I got this message and it said Joe, everything was like exactly the same. And then I started messaging back because I really thought it was Joe. And, you know, I'm like, hey, how's it going? You know, long time no see, hope all's well, whatever. And then I got hey, I got a business opportunity, you know, to make $90K. I'm like, oh, this ain't fucking Joe. I'm like, this ain't Joe B.
Yeah, you know, well, with Joe, you know, she gonna text or call. She gonna text and then call you. Yeah, I got a couple of them. I'm like, damn, I ain't talked to you forever. I really never talked to you. You wanna make $9,000 overnight? Nah, dude. Dude, because anybody I talk to, you know I don't play that shit. Just send me the 9,000. How about that? I've kind of been stuck in a rabbit hole of watching these body cams, and these people getting caught with these fraudulent checks and shit. I'm like, you that fucking stupid. You don't think the bank knows when that's a fake check?
And it's so funny watching them live, trying to lie through it when I'm getting interrogated. Oh, dude, it's fucking like the shit they make up. I saw this one black chick. She said she met some chick at some lounge, and because they were asking her where she got the checks from, and she said that she met some chick at some like hookah lounge or some shit, and then she said, hey, you know,
I think I saw that one.
yeah, like they were like in some back alley behind a dumpster. She didn't know the location, and I'm just like, oh my, I'm like, just shut the fuck up.
You horrible liar.
Right. I'm like, you sound so fucking retarded, bro.
Damn, did you not understand the first line of Miranda, motherfucker? Shut up.
Shut up. It's like, okay, so you just thought it's normal to meet some stranger you've never met in life before, and they tell you, hey, I got some checks behind a dumpster in a dark alley. You just go to this dark alley, pick up these checks, and decide. I'm like, come on, bro, get the fuck out of here, man.
My first question is, why don't you go cash them? Shit.
Right.
Shit. When they come this damn counterfeit money and try to deposit this shit. Like, you know they run money. Like, you know.
Right. I saw this young black chick, and she had the lace front edges, the eyelashes, the tattoos, and had like some shirt, with some ghetto slogan like "Get Money" or some bullshit like that on her shirt. Just
they already watching you.
Right, typical booger. She decides to go into a Range Rover dealership with a fake ID, and it's like some like ultra white woman's name she's trying to use. Like Beverly something. Like, bitch, you're like 19 years old. You're a ghetto black chick. Your name is not fucking Beverly.
Nah.
Yeah.
I ain't never met a Beverly under 45.
Right, exactly. And it's like, you thought you were really gonna pull this off. You are fucking retarded, bro.
You might as well say your name Mary. Fuck it.
Right. Betty White.
Exactly.
I'm trying to get this Range Rover.
Yeah, but when you ever get a chance to look at that video I sent, it goes directly to your point of yesterday. Directly to your point of your own.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out so we get off here, man. Check this shit out. Yeah, bro. My faith in humanity is gone now. It's gone, bro. Yeah. I talk to a lot of stupid motherfuckers, man. I'm just like, these people are come in contact with I'm just like, God damn, man, it's just so fucking retarded, bro. People are stupid.
You know, it's horrible that I'm sitting out here, sitting outside, and I had an app on last night. We was in your room and stuff, and I plugged it up to the speaker, and Mom came out and sat down. She said, "You on that damn internet shit?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "Just listen." And she got to listening. She's like, "That bitch is stupid." Well, there you go.
That's how it is. My wife does the same thing, man. I have the Clubhouse on and shit, and she'll hear some retarded. She's like, what? She's like, that's so dumb. I was like, that's so dumb. That's so dumb.
You just shake your head like that. Can't believe it. We don't see it. Inequalities and pay for each other. What it is. Yeah, that should be cracking me up, man. I'm just, she's been listening like the last few times. She's like, people, that's stupid.
Yep.
Yep.
Short answer, yes.
Yeah. Girls talk like that? Yep. Crazy. Forget what we're gonna do today. Just glad I'm not back in school.
Yeah, motherfuckers. We were talking about that earlier, man. With these fucking degrees and shit, bro. And it's like, it's oh my god, dude. Yeah. School. Yeah, it's a waste of money, bro. It's a fucking joke, man. It's a fucking joke. We got too many motherfuckers out here with certificates and fucking degrees that don't fucking deserve it, man. Yeah. And then, I was gonna say, and then they get these certs, they get this paperwork, bro, and the fucking ego, bro. Like,
Oh yeah.
oh my god, bro. Oh.
If I had young kids that was like, you know, going up through the educational system, your ass graduate, you got a couple options. You can make a career in the military. 20 years you done. We'll sit your ass down somewhere. But you go to trade school. Go find your trade. And doing hair is not a fucking trade. Shit. You be saving a hell of a lot of money. Going to become a plumber, HVAC, or whatever you want to do. But don't come look at me and tell me I want to be a sociologist. I might punch you in the face.
I'm saying too loud. Pepe's got a sociology degree.
I know. I know. Shit, I don't even know what the fuck you be doing unless you're gonna be a social worker. But who wants that headache?
Fucking social workers suck too, man. That whole system is, oh my God, bro.
Yeah, I mean, unless you working in a school or teaching, sociology at the university or something. There ain't no way in hell I'm going down to the welfare office. No. Mm-mm. Shit, I get tired of smelling goddamn cocoa butter all day.
Yeah, you go to the welfare office, man. It's a bunch of overweight black women, single women with fucking weaves and all shaped all funny. They've been sitting on their fat asses all day, not doing shit.
Shit like a bag of dirty laundry and shit. Ain't complaining they can't buy Coca-Cola no more. They snap benefits. I don't hear that shit. I don't want to hear that shit. Ain't good. See people coming in. You guys want to come up to the stage? Just raise your hand. Yeah, I guess I might as well turn it on in too then.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down, bro. But,
All right, I catch up.
All right, man. Well, I'll let you take it easy.
All right. Peace, peace.
All right.